of the University of Lynchburg. It's the Hornets taking on the Greensboro Pride in a Sunday doubleheader. Joe Brennan here on behalf of LHSN. Here the Hornets coming into the contest undefeated so far this season. They've gone 4-0 in their two doubleheaders this year, three of which have come in run rule fashion, taking down William Peace 8-0 in 6 innings, William Peace then in 4-0 in 7 innings. Mary Washington, a really dominant performance from Lynchburg this past Thursday, taking down the Eagles 8-0 in 5 innings and 8-0 in 6 innings. Kaylee Dorsis gets the nod today for Lynchburg in the first game of today's affair against the Pride, a team that's 6-4 through 10 games so far this season. They faced off against Randolph yesterday on their trip to the Hill City, picked up 2 wins in that doubleheader, a 10-0 victory and then an 8-1 victory. With that being said, let's walk you through the starting lineups today. First, for the Greensboro Pride, Ivy Ray will lead things off, followed by Anna Frazier on deck, Ella Ebert in the hole, and Catherine Connell in the cleanup spot. Then Olivia Hyatt, Jordan Tong, Katie Allison, Alexis Lynch, and Raven Taylor to turn things around. In the field for the Hornets, over on first it'll be Madison Barnes, Cyril Watts at second, Thompson at shortstop, and Kaylee Hackett over at the hot corner. Hudnall behind the dish with Powell in right, Hodges in center field, and Taliumptua out in left. Kaylee Dorsis once again gets the start in the circle. Dorsis has had a very, very strong start to this season. The Hornets ace so far this year with a perfect ERA like everybody that stepped into the circle for Lynchburg. A 2-0 record in her 2 starts so far this year. In 10 innings pitched, she's only allowed 3 hits and 2 walks with 10 strikeouts, striking out over a third of the batters that she's faced so far this year. With that being said, we'll step aside momentarily with the playing of the national anthem coming up here from Moonfield. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth here from the Hill City. It's Lynchburg playing host to the Greensboro Pride. Greensboro 6-4 so far this year. A really brand new squad for Greensboro this season. They bring back 3 starters, 9 total players, 6 newcomers as well on the roster this season. Also, a brand new coaching staff, all in their first season for Greensboro. It's led by Brianna Strickland at the helm. Strickland most recently served as the assistant coach at Augusta University in Augusta, Georgia for the last 3 seasons. Before that, she spent 2 seasons as the assistant coach at her alma mater at Coker University. Now in her first season at the helm, a great start to the season for her and her Greensboro unit. 3-3 on the road so far this year. They picked up wins against Center University, 2 games on the road there, and then a road win, obviously, against Randolph this weekend. With that being said, Ivy Ray steps in from the right side of the batter's box, ready to lead things off. Ray so far this season hitting .316 with 12 hits in her 38 at-bats. She started in every game so far this season. 2 of those hits have gone for extra bases, both of them triples. Ivy Ray certainly someone that can spin the bases. She's one of those everyday starters for the last 2 seasons. Lays down a bunt down the third base line. Hackett scoops, shoots it over to first, and Barnes with a foot on the bag puts it away for a 5-3 ground out to begin today's ball game. A great day here in the Hill City. Sunny skies, not a cloud in sight. A little chilly though, I will say, about 37 degrees here in Lynchburg. Now the right-handed batter, Anna Frazier, up at the plate. Dorsis winds and fires, pounds the heart of the zone for the first strike of the count. Dorsis has done a great job this season in getting ahead of counts. It's given her a lot to work with as she gets deeper and deeper into it. 0-1 on the way. Change-up. Can't. Oh, yes, a late strike call. The same result nonetheless. 0-2. And here's a prime example of Dorsis getting ahead in the count. Dorsis coming off a really strong campaign in 2024, an all-conference selection as she tries to paint the outside edge, taken for ball 1. Frazier this season hitting .313 as she tips it into the back net. 10 hits on her 32 at-bats. Tied for second for Ribbies with 7 on the year. 1-2 from Dorsis. Just outside once again, ties up the count at 2-2. Dorsis with 5 strikeouts in each of her games this year. A slow dribbler down the first base line, easily scooped up by Barnes. 2 up, 2 down to begin the top of the first here in game 1 today. That'll bring up Ella Ebert. Ebert, the starting pitcher today for Greensboro as well, lines up in that 3 spot. Waves by the first pitch. That really tells you something about a player if the coaching staff has her starting in the circle and also sitting in that 3 spot in the batting order. 0-1. Ebert tips into the back net, and it's quickly 0-2. Ebert this year with a 3.91 ERA, as well as hitting .375. The second best batting average on the squad this season. 0-1. Can't find the zone. A tad outside for 1-1. Ebert, the junior out of Buffalo, Minnesota. Waved by, got him swinging. Strike 3. Dorsis gets her first strikeout of the afternoon and retires this side in order. 1, 2, 3. Lynchburg up to bat here in the bottom of the first. We'll walk you through the Hornets starting batting order. Lexi Powell will lead things off with Carly Hudnall, Sarah Watts right behind her. All due up to bat here in the home half of the first inning. Kaylee Hackett in the cleanup spot, followed by Madison Barnes, Anna Grace Terrell, Alyssa Taliumptua, Bree Hodges, and Georgia Thompson at the bottom of the order. Thompson coming off a really, really strong performance in their last outing this past weekend, along with a couple of web gems, went 2 for 2 in one ball game, had a walk as well. I mean, a really, really excellent performance from Georgia Thompson, the junior out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Now, in the field for Greensboro, working from right to left in the infield, it's Tong in first, then Taylor, Hyatt, and Frazier at the hot corner. In the outfield from right to left, it's Norrell, Ray in center, and Lynch out in left. Connell behind home plate with Ebert in the circle. We touched on Ebert's numbers a little bit this morning. I'll walk you through a little bit more of it. That 3.91 ERA, a 1.67 WHIP. She's 1-2 in her 4 appearances and 3 starts with 14.1 innings pitched. Giving up 14 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them being earned. Also 10 walks and 7 strikeouts on this season. Only 2 of her hits allowed this year have gone for extra bases, both of them being doubles. But a strong starting pitcher here for Greensboro today, holding her batters to an average of 259. Lexi Powell had a really strong opening weekend in that doubleheader. Had 3 hits in the first game of the season. Struggled a little bit in the first game of the last doubleheader. Nevertheless, really picked it up in that second game, getting on base a couple of times. And such a fascinating player and someone that leads things off for the Hornets in her 5th year. Just takes one well inside and turns away with her eyes wide open like a deer in headlights. 2-0 the count for the 5th-year player that plays out in right field as well as behind home plate as a catcher. A Golden Glove winner in 2024 for her campaign out in right field with a perfect fielding percentage. 3-0, a great way to start here for Powell at the dish. Ebert finds herself in a little bit of a hole. Can't dance around the zone here. 3-0 on the way. Powell takes it upstairs, head high, and it's a 4-pitch walk and a leadoff runner for Lynchburg today. That brings up Carly Hudnall. Hudnall's walk-up always gives me a little bit of a chuckle. It's I'm a Goofy Goober by SpongeBob. A left-handed batter steps into the box. Shows bunt. Lays it down foul. Lynchburg just trying to get a runner into scoring position. Hudnall only 6 at-bats this season. She's gotten a hit on 2 of them. 1 RBI to her name as well. No free bags. Hasn't gotten a walk or a hit by pitch yet this year. 0-1. Once again squares around a bunt. Now finds herself down in the count 0-2. Hudnall, the senior out of Ruttsburg, Virginia. A 3rd-team All-ODAC performer in her freshman season. A first-teamer last year in her junior campaign. 0-2 on the way. Pops it up foul into the street behind us here on Lakeside Drive. Count stays stuck at 0-2. Hudnall, a really strong batter. Held a career best 376 a season ago. This one gets behind home plate. Lexi Powell will scoot on over to second. And the 5th year now finds herself in scoring position. That one will likely go down as a passed ball on Connell. And Hudnall, had the 2nd most hits on the team last year with 41. In 11 of those games, she had multi-hit performances. 1-2, watches it roll inside. Deuces wild with a runner on second. Grounder right back to the circle. Hudnall will be out on the 1-3 fielder's choice. Nevertheless, Lexi Powell advances over to third. And that brings in the sac fly opportunity, obviously a sac bunter, a sac grounder, anything of that nature. And you got a power hitter here with Sarah Watts, who has had a fabulous start to 2025. Almost perfect. A team best 5 545. Yes, you're hearing that right. 545 batting average. In her 11 at-bats, 6 hits with 1 double, 2 triples, and a home run. 66% of her hits are going for extra bases. That's not something you see every day. She's also gotten on base free 2 times with 2 walks. It's helped her tally 6 total runs, also 6 ribbies to her name as well, helping bring in 12 total for Lynchburg this year. Also a dangerous threat on the bases, tied for first for stolen bases alongside Tally Umtua. Both of those 3 for 3 on the year. In total, Lynchburg's been perfect on the bases this season. Unbelievable 17 for 17 on stolen base attempts as Watts pounds one right up the gut for an RBI single to get things started here in the home half of the first inning. I mean, that's what you've come to expect out of Sarah Watts. Very difficult to get anything past her. And really, anyone on this Lynchburg team. They've tallied 20 strikeouts so far this year, and they've only been struck out 7 times. Well, Madison Barnes does lead the team in that category with 2 so far this year. And this one could be a double play. 4-6-3, safe on first. Or no, pardon me, that was Kaylee Hackett. Now it's Madison Barnes. Got ahead of myself just a little bit. So fielder's choice on the 4-6 toss. Lead runner retired, 2 away with a runner on first for Madison Barnes. Runner takes off for second, skips in the dirt on its way to the shortstop Hyatt. Hackett slides in safely. Right down the pipe, got it for his strike. Counts 1-1. Tipped into the back net for the second strike of the count. Barnes, the junior out of Scottsburg, Virginia. Another all-conference performer for Lynchburg a season ago. Checked in on the second team after driving in a team-high 23 runs off 34 hits. Second most doubles as well last year with 12. Even had a grand slam against Randolph-Macon in late April. (3-2). Tipped foul. Full count, runner on second with 2 away. Ebert winds and fires. Payoff pitch, crank down the left side. Gets past the left fielder in Lynch. 1 run's going to come home, and Madison Barnes headed for third. It's a stand-up triple. A great play made by Madison Barnes down the left side. Lynch had a chance to bring it in. One of those high-risk, high-reward plays. But it gets behind her. And 3 bases for Madison Barnes. Her first hit for extra bases this season, just her second hit of the year. Just like that, Lynchburg out in front by 2 runs here in the home half of the first inning. Now up for Lynchburg, the designated player in Anna Grace Terrell. 0-1 pitch on the way. Keeps the bat on her shoulder for strike 2. Terrell trying to drive in. Barnes over on third. 0-2 well inside, taken for ball one. Grace Terrell has had a really great start to the year. 4 hits in her 9 at-bats. And with those 4 hits, 4 ribbies as well. And here trying to tack another on, and she will. It's an RBI single from the designated player, Lynchburg, up by 3 runs here in the bottom of the first. Now down to the 7th player in the order for Lynchburg, Alyssa Taliumptua. Taliumptua with a batting average of .364 this year. I mean, the numbers really stand out to you. It's a big reason why Lynchburg has dominated through their first 4 games, outscoring their opponents 28-0. Well inside, ball one. Runner takes off for second. It's a pinch runner. Ball got jarred free on the tag, it looked like. So Caitlin Reagan will now reside on second in scoring position. Called strike one, right down Center Street. It's been a busy weekend here on campus for the Lynchburg Hornets. 2-1 on the way upstairs for ball 3. Had 4 home games here yesterday for Lynchburg. Men's lacrosse took on Salisbury. They had baseball with a doubleheader, picking up 2 wins against York. Women's tennis also with a contest, as Taliumptua will take a 5-pitch walk on over to first and bring up Bree Hodges, the center fielder. Now today you've also, and yesterday you even had men's basketball playing on the road against Roanoke in the ODAC semifinal, along with track and field with a busy weekend as well. Downstairs ball one. Today on campus you've got softball with a doubleheader. Baseball also playing right now over on Fox Field. Things certainly picking up here in the Hill City as of late. 1-0. Strike one. Ties up the count. Bree Hodges hitting .400 this year. 2 hits in her 5 at-bats. Oh, my goodness. Well, that's why you wear the helmet, ladies and gentlemen. Hit by pitch for Bree Hodges. We've now gone through the entire order as Georgia Thompson at the bottom steps into the batter's box here in the bottom of the first inning. Bases loaded with 2 away. Lynchburg has had 2 outs since the fielder's choice from Kaylee Hackett. Since then, it's been a triple from Madison Barnes, a single from AG, a walk for Taliumptua, who now sits on second, and Hodges hit by pitch over on first. Reagan, the pinch runner, in for AG at the hot corner. Georgia Thompson coming off a really strong performance this last Thursday. Now looking to make some more noise here in the home half of the first. Thompson hitting .375 this season, 3 hits and 8 at-bats, a triple as well. Thompson went 2 for 2, as I mentioned, in that first game against Mary Washington. Holds off on the changeup as Ebert pounds the zone for strike 2. 0-2, 2 away, bases loaded here for the junior. Well outside, ball one. A good eye right there from Thompson. Ella Ebert in the circle. Obviously in her junior campaign, but a transfer from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. She was a very talented player coming out of high school. Was a two-time all-conference player, along with being a defensive MVP. Certainly one of many great additions for the team this year. Deuces wild, tipped into the back net. The count stays stuck at 2-2. Ebert kicks and fires. Popped up over to second base. Taylor has a beat on it and puts it away for the third and final out of the inning. Lynchburg leaves 3 ducks in the pond, but they drove in 3 runs as well off 4 hits here in the home half of the first. A great way to start things for the Hornets here in Game 1. Greensboro will try to respond in the top of the second when we come back on LHSN. And we welcome you back into Moon Field. Kaylee Dorsis re-enters the circle for the Lynchburg Hornets. Greensboro back up after going 3 up, 3 down in the opening frame. Catherine Connell, the catcher out of Chesterfield, Virginia, steps into the batter's box. One should skip in the dirt for ball 2. Connell, one of those 9 returners this year. Only a total of 15 players on this roster this year for Greensboro. 0-2. Now Dorsis really finds herself down in the count, 3-0. An uncharacteristic start from Dorsis. We'll see if she can get out of it. Got to find the zone here. 3-0. Right down the pipe. A good response from Dorsis to find the first strike. Popped up, shallow left field, and dunks in for a base knock. The first hit of the afternoon coming from Connell. And a leadoff base runner for the Pride. Connell, the highest batting average this season at .389 for Greensboro. That's her 8th hit of the season. First pitch from Hyatt, tipped into the back net for strike 1. Hyatt has started in every game so far this year for Greensboro. She's had a hit in 7 of the 10 games. Coming off a 2-for-4 performance in the most recent game against Randolph. Squares around a bunt down the first base line. Barnes lost it, able to get it to first. Not in time. Or in time. Not in time. So back-to-back base knocks for Greensboro. And runners on first and second with nobody away for Jordan Tong. This is a great way to respond for Greensboro after going 3 up, 3 down. You immediately come out with 2 hits. Dorsis unloads. First pitch is a heater. Right down the heart of the zone for strike 1. Dorsis upstairs, taking for a ball. The freshman Jordan Tong has really had a hot bat as of late. In the last 4 games, she's tallied 7 hits. Went 2 for 4 in both games against Randolph yesterday. There she waves by the 1-1 for strike 2. A changeup where Dorsis just pulled the string on her. She's appeared in 9 games this year. She's tallied a hit in 7 of those. Granted, one of those she went 0 for 1. So a small sample size in that contest, where she really only got 1 crack at it. And in that, she's also had at least 1 RBI in the last 4 games as well. I mean, she has really had a strong season against ODAC opponents. Those last 4 games against Randolph and Averett. 2-2 count. She'll take her time and step out of the box. Dorsis, head high, full count. Sporting 28. I'm a big fan of those digits. This is when I would normally ask my color commentator, who do you think of when you think of 28? I think of Adrian Peterson. All day. Jordan Tong, tipped into the back net. We've now got a conversation going in the press box. What are other memorable 28s? If you can think of one, let us know in the chat. In the meantime, Dorsis doing her thing. Second K of the afternoon. This time it's looking. Jordan Tong retired after this strikeout off the payoff pitch.
Up to the plate for the Pride, number 16, Katie Allison.
Dorsis now with 12 strikeouts on the year. 5 in both games this season. And in both games that Dorsis has thrown, they've ended in a run rule. Katie Allison waves by for the strike. 1-1, 1 away. Runners on first and second. Allison watches the changeup whiz by. Strike 2. Dorsis. Righty deals. Dribble her over. 6, 4, 3. Double play. And Dorsis escapes the inning unscathed. That's the first true double play we've seen this year. We had one that was sparked by Zoe Elliott out in right field, and a runner didn't tag up. She got it to second. And we had a ball that went right back to Charlton early on this year. She caught that and then shot it to first. But this is the real first infield 6-4-3. With that being said, we'll step aside. Another goose egg in the top of the second for the Pride. Lynchburg looking to add to their total in the home half of the inning. And we welcome you back into Moonfield. Lynchburg starting at the top of their order here in the bottom of the second. Lexi Powell back up to bat. She had a 4-pitch walk to begin today's contest for the Hornets. Lynchburg went through 9 batters in the bottom of the first. I mean, a really impressive piece of hitting. They had 4 total hits, along with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. We ended with the bases loaded on an infield pop-up. 1-1. Ebert lets it go. Powell pops it up down the right side, running into foul territory. Haddad's trying to grab it, but then he retreats. I mean, that'd be impressive if we could see Pops bringing a one-handed grab out there on the concourse. Might need to sign him to a 10-day contract. 1-2 here for the 5th year. Powell punches it down the left side, going foul. The most action she's seen over the plate today. Ebert winds and fires. Powell once again down the right side. Same dad looking at it. This time he's not going to try. That one a little too long, ran into the crick. I wonder who's got to go get those. You get like a pool net or something, bring it out of the water. I don't know, somebody got it before it got down there. 1-2. This one's sky high, going to the press box, and it sails right over top of our establishment. Lexi Powell hitting .500 this year. Cranked down the left center field. Dunks in for a base knock. Thought about running over to second. She'll retreat.
Stepping up to the plate for Lynchburg, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
Lexi Powell, what a strong start to this season. Went 3 for 4 in the first game, 2 runs, 3 ribbies, 0 for 2 in that second game against William Peace, but then 1 for 3 against Mary Washington in the first game with a run, and 2 for 3 against Mary Washington in the second game, as this one gets over the head of Connell behind home plate, and Powell now with her second steal of the afternoon. She came in 2 for 2 through 4 games, has already doubled that total. But yeah, 2 for 3 in the last game against Mary Washington with 2 runs and a double in the mix as well. And in Lexi Powell fashion, also has a perfect fielding percentage so far. We'll see how long she can keep that going. Try and recreate some of the magic from a year ago. Carly Hudnall here with a 1-1 count. Powell in scoring position over on second. That shortstop really creeping over to third as Frazier is inching her way down the third base line in anticipation of a Carly Hudnall bunt. Huddy. Well inside, ball 4. So we've had a 4-pitch walk for the top of the order and a 4-pitch walk for the second woman in the order in Hudnall. That brings up Sarah Watts, who drove in Lexi Powell her first time at the plate, an RBI single to her name. Adding to her average this year, 7 hits and 12 at-bats. I mean, that is unbelievable. Batting average of .583. 1-0. Watts watches it down low, taking at the ankles for ball 2. Oh, and pardon me, I didn't catch on to this until right now. We've actually had a change in the circle for Greensboro this inning. It's Hampel in the circle for Greensboro now. So a quick day for Ebert, but she'll stay in that batting order. We'll see what, if any, changes that brings in the. This one on the way, down low. Hampel, the junior out of Concord, North Carolina, 4.62 ERA. She's 3-0 this year in her 6 appearances and 2 starts. 1 save to her name as well. 3-1 for Watts. Called strike 2 on the inner edge of the zone. Hampel, 16 2/3 inning pitch this year. She's allowed 17 hits, 14 runs, 11 of which were earned. 8 walks as well with 6 strikeouts. Holding batters to an average of 250 as Watts sends it foul down the left side. She has given up a handful of hits for extra bases, 6 to be exact. 3 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. Watts, the only Hornet with a home run this year, hit it against Mary Washington this last Thursday. Payoff pitch. Got her looking. Sarah Watts struck out. The first K of the afternoon comes from Hampel, and it's the first out of the bottom of the second. That's not something you're going to see every day. Sarah Watts struck out for the first time this season. Just the 8th Hornet struck out this year. A fresh count now for the third baseman in Kaylee Hackett. Had a 4-6 fielder's choice in her last plate appearance. 1-0, 1 down, runners on first and second. Shows bunt, pulls it back, taking head high for ball 2. Hampel's most recent pitching performance was against Randolph. Yesterday's ball game through 6 innings against the Wildcats. Gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts to her name as well. Slow grounder over to the shortstop. It's called interference and an out on Lexi Powell. Essentially just a fielder's choice.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 16, Madison Barnes.
And I'm not sure if Powell was maybe trying to induce the interference on Hyatt over at short, but our official was right there and read it like a book. So back-to-back outs for Greensboro. As the off-speed pitch can't find a top edge of the zone for ball 2. Hampel didn't like that ball. She'll trade it for another. Hampel really started the season as a reliever through her first 4 performances. Never threw more than 1.2 innings. She's thrown 6 in her last 2 starts. Down low, ball 3. In danger of loading the bases right here. But with 2 away, that doesn't kill you too much with force outs everywhere. You just got to make sure you can get it. 3-0 for Barnes. Right down the heart of the zone. The scouting report says Lynchburg does not like to swing on 3-0 counts. We've seen that throughout the first 4 games. 3-1, and it's a 5-pitch walk. Bases are loaded, and that brings up the designated player, AG. Or no, pardon me.
Batting for the Hornets, number 13, Caitlin Reagan.
It'll be Caitlin Reagan. Last came into pinch run for AG. Now she'll take the spot in the batter's box. Waved by, strike 1, as the slapper can't put bat on ball. The base is loaded for the sophomore Reagan. Strike 2. Lynchburg was in the same spot in the bottom of the first inning with Reagan on third, Taliumpto on second, and Hodges on first. Georgia Thompson flew out to the second baseman in Taylor. 0-2 for Reagan. Up high, ball 1. One, two. Slow roller over to the second baseman, and once again it's Taylor making the play to end the frame. Once again, 3 ducks left on the pond for Lynchburg. And we head to the top of the 3rd inning. Greensboro still looking for their first run of the afternoon. And we welcome you back into the ballpark. Joe Brennan here on behalf of LHSN. It's Lynchburg out in front of the Greensboro Pride, 3-0 through 2 innings. Here in the top of the 3rd, to lead things off, it'll be Alexis Lynch, as Greensboro will go 8-9-1 in their order, with Raven Taylor on deck and Ivy Ray in that leadoff spot at the top of the order. Alexis Lynch now their first plate appearance of the afternoon. Dorsis winds and fires, tipped into the back net. Lynch this season hitting .211 through her 9 games played. She's tallied 4 hits in 19 at-bats. One of those going for extra bases with a double. Is someone you got to be mindful of stolen bases, tied for second on the team, 4 for 4 while swiping bags. 2-2 punched foul into the backstop. Lynch, a freshman out of Asheboro, North Carolina. She was a three-sport athlete playing in high school. Played softball, volleyball, and basketball. She was actually an all-region player for volleyball for 3 years. Her sophomore, junior, and senior season. That's impressive. 2-2. Outside, ball. Count runs full, 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way. Lynch sends it foul. And I checked to see if Lynch was maybe playing on the volleyball team as well at Greensboro. You would think with someone that's, been a stud for the last 3 years playing high school volleyball, but not on the active roster for Greensboro. 3-2, sent out center field. Hodges underneath for the first out of the inning. I mean, we've seen a couple of dual sport athletes playing volleyball here at Lynchburg. You've got Stefan Kapitanov, Kapitanov, a soccer goalie for Lynchburg, as well as a middle hitter for the men's volleyball side. You've also got Bree Spainhour, who plays in the women's basketball team and the women's volleyball team. That takes us to the bottom of the order for Raven Taylor. Taylor hitting .261 this year. Dorsis, a pop-up into the infield. Barnes underneath for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Here to kick things off in the top of the third inning. And as we talk about stolen bases, now you got the main name we need to be talking about. It's Ivy Ray, who's 8 for 11 on stolen bags this year. The senior not afraid to get the wheels going. Or she's got to get on base. Had a 5-3 ground out her first at bat in the top of the first inning. Top of the first, pardon me. I mean, she hasn't had a season with more than 17 stolen bases. She's already about halfway there through their first 10 games of the year. She had 11 last year, 8 the year before, 4 before that, and 17 actually in her first season. Listed as a senior, but statistically a fifth-year player. Tipped into the back net for a strike. And every year she's played with Greensboro, she started in at least 26 games or more. And one year she started in 26, appeared in 30 back in 2022. And that year was actually her best batting average season at .395. She's hit over .315 every single season. Right now sitting at .316. That might have gone down a touch after the ground out from earlier today. Nevertheless, a hit here would put her right back where she needs to be. 1-2, 2 down here in the top of the third inning. The right-hander deals. A chopper over to Thompson. Gloves, grabs, swings, safe. She beats the toss and gives a big let's go to the Greensboro dugout. Well, we were talking about her wheels. You saw them right there. That was a clean pickup from Thompson. But Ivy, a former track player in high school, shows you she's got a pretty quick 100-meter dash. A little bit easier when you only got to go 60 feet. Third base knock of the afternoon for Greensboro. Oh, 1 count here for Anna Frazier. Grounded out over to Barnes back in the first frame. 0-1. Right back over to Thompson. Has trouble with it. Recovers, and the toss is over the glove of Sarah Watts. Don Simmons is going to come out and have a word. You know, I can always speculate, but why not just ask? Guys, is that down as an error or a hit? So that'll go down as a hit. Back-to-back base knocks. That's the luxury we've got of close quarters here in the press box. And a big part of that is you see the wheels from Ray. I mean, that really rushes a player like Thompson when you've got to make that toss. You can see her eyes kind of lifted up from the ball, already thinking about where is Ray. Is the better play at first or is it at second? Obviously, you're a whole lot closer to second for a quick little shovel pass, but you've got Ray already on her horse. 0-2 runners on first and second. Dorsis pounds the outer portion of the zone for the first strike of the count. A base knock here from Ebert would certainly bring Ray home here, especially with the wheels that we've seen. Waved by strike two. Pitcher on pitcher crime right now. We have seen a whole lot of two-way players in terms of pitching and batting against Lynchburg this year. I think we've seen 2 or 3. Thompson can't get to that one. There's going to be a play at home. No. Ray pumped the brakes. And 3 consecutive base knocks after 2 up, 2 down leave the bases loaded. And a big AB right here for Connell. Can you keep the hot streak going? Connell had the first hit of the afternoon for Greensboro in the last inning. Fresh count. Dorsis. Right down the heart of the zone for an 0-1 count. Dorsis brought a little heat right there. She's someone that can push, mid-high 60s. And she's seen it really, really well. She's been feeling it so far this season. Can't locate it right there. She's got 2 strikeouts today. One against Ebert, who now resides on first after the base knock. That one was swinging back in the first frame. One looking against Tong in the second. 1-2. Hit him with a curve. Dorsis looking for her 3rd strikeout through 3 innings. A slow chopper right over to Thompson. Tries to play it at third, and the runner's safe. Connell 2 for 2 on the day. And 4 consecutive hits for Greensboro. And they turn it into 1 run. They cut into the deficit. And that right there is the first run given up from Lynchburg in 2025.
Stepping up to the plate, number 8, Olivia Hyatt.
And the way to do it is 4 consecutive base hits, I guess. In a spot like this, could typically rattle a young and inexperienced pitcher. But you've got a veteran in the circle right now with Dorsis. 1-0. Called ball 2. The senior Dorsis lets it go right down and called foul. That one went 90 degrees right back down onto the plate. First strike here for Olivia Hyatt, who's 1 for 1 today. 6 total hits for Greensboro, 1 run to show for it. 2 hits came back in the second with Connell and Hyatt. Now 4 consecutive hits for Greensboro. Dorsis lets it go, tipped into the back net. Udno will retrieve. Now Deuce is wild. 2-2 away. Bases loaded. Dorsis upstairs. Count goes full. The payoff pitch. Tipped in the back net. We'll try it one more time. This is a very strong hitting Greensboro team. They've reached double figures in the hit column 5 times this year, half their games. 3-2 pitch. Sent foul down the right side. In those games where they didn't reach double figures as well, 2 of them were for 7. 1 of them was for 8. Only 2 games with under 7 hits. It was against Everett in a 4-3 victory where they had 4 hits, and a 2-14 loss to Huntington where they only had 2. And just like that, the 3-2 pitch can't find the zone. Another run comes in after the walk. And a good little string right here from Greensboro. That brings up Tong. Struck out looking in her last plate appearance in the second. They've gone through 7 batters for Greensboro here in the top of the third. Bases still loaded after the 7-pitch walk. Oh, 1. Upstairs. One, tipped foul. And we talked about the strong hitting from Greensboro this season. It's been strong pitching from Lynchburg so far this year as well. The Hornets have tabbed at least 4 strikeouts in every game, 5, 4, 4, and 7. Only 2 walks given up on the whole year. We just saw one right there from Dorsis that brought a run home. And obviously, that's the first run of the season as well. Now, first 2. And Lynchburg hasn't allowed more than 3 hits in a game all year. They've already been doubled up in that column today. It's 6. Popped up into foul territory. Barnes underneath brings it in right in front of the Greensboro dugout. So Lynchburg gives up their first 2 runs of 2025 here in the top of the third inning in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Still holding on to a 1-run lead headed to the home half of the inning. And we welcome you back. Bottom of the third inning here from Moon Field. Lynchburg clinging on to a one-run advantage after they brought 3 home in the bottom of the first. A great response from Greensboro in the last frame, stringing together 4 consecutive hits, followed by a walk that brought another run in. Here's a hard hit ball out to center field, right into the glove of the center fielder, Ray, and Taliumptu was retired 1 up, 1 down. That brings up Bree Hodges. Lynchburg going 7, 8, 9 in their order. Hodges up at the plate, Thompson on deck. Hodges took one to the dome last time she was at the plate. A hit by pitch that ricocheted off the helmet. Hample inside, ball 1. This is exactly how we started last time for Hodges. It was an inside pitch and then a hit by pitch. We'll see what we've got in store the second time around here. Right-hander deals. Hodges cranked down the left side. Lynch coming on and brings it in for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down after 2 balls went to the outfield. Now time for Georgia Thompson. Flew out to the second baseman, her last at-bat. Tipped into the back net. Thompson had a really exciting triple in that second game against William Peace. One that you really got to see the speed on her. He's got some wheels. This Lynchburg team really does have a lot of speed as she pops one over to Lynch once again. And she brings it in for out number 3. The freshman with 2 putouts right there. And the Pride retire this side in order. They'll try and keep the momentum going. Top of the 4th coming up here on LHSN. Katie Allison to lead things off for the Pride here in the top of the 4th inning. Pop up behind home plate. Hudnall had a beat on it, couldn't get there in time. Allison had a 6-4-3 ground out that turned into a double play. That was sparked by Georgia Thompson, but now she's out of the ball game as substitution in the infield for Dawn Simmons and company. They turn to the sophomore Jess Strickland. Hudnall can't track it down, went over the net. Thought I had a chance at it momentarily. Count rolls to 0-2. It's the senior out of Savannah, North Carolina. I didn't know there was a Savannah, North Carolina. 1-2. Dorsis lets it go. A sharp grounder that rolls foul down the left side. Dorses had a really strong start in the first inning, went 3 up, 3 down. Then in the second frame, gave up back-to-back base knocks from Connell and Hyatt, responded with a strikeout against Tong, and then it turned into a 6-4-3 double play, as we just mentioned. Then in the next frame, came out of the gate strong. 2 early outs on the first 2 batters of the third inning, but after that, some 2-out magic from the Pride as they caught some momentum to bring in 2 runs. Just in that frame alone, Lynchburg gave up more hits than they have all season long and tied their total for walks in the year as well. Count ties up at a pair. His senior Dorsis lets it go. Out to center field. Hodges coming on and gets there in the nick of time. Good play made by Hodges. And Allison heads back to the dugout. Brings up Alexis Lynch. Led things off in the third inning to a fly out to center field. First pitch, punched foul on the left side. Everybody in that area was ducking except for senior forward on the men's basketball team, Jonathan Faust, unfazed. Operating the camera today, doing a great job. If there's someone in the crowd that can catch a ball today, it's him. Grounder over to Hackett, an easy glove and toss. A 5-3 ground out for the second out of the fourth inning. Hackett has really looked like a natural over at third. You got to realize this is her first year playing that spot. He was an outfielder, now moved down to the hot corner, and she has done so exceptionally well. A flawless transition this year for the 5th year out of Appomattox County. Right down the road here from the Hill City. 0-1. Over to Strickland, backhanded glove, rolls out. She'll hold on to it, and it's a base knock for Greensboro. Raven Taylor turning things around at the bottom of the order. Well, eerily similar to how the last frame went. Back-to-back quick outs. And a base hit. They're really pounding that zone right over there with the shortstop. Thompson saw a whole lot of action through the first 3 innings, and before 3 outs are on the board, Strickland already has one center away, and it was a tough play to be made. Had to go backhanded. I mean, that is a very difficult snag to make on the move. And now we head back to the top of the order with Ivy Ray, 1 for 2 on the day. Stolen base in the mix as well. Oh, 2. Ray, a chopper that goes foul. We've got a whole lot of blankets here today at the ballpark. I'm counting at least a dozen. And you've got a good variety. You've got some quilts, a nice Steelers blanket, a little bit of everything. I mean, I've seen people show up to games, late February, early March in sleeping bags. They get the thermal sleeping bag, put the legs in, the whole lower body. I think you look a little goofy, but whatever works, right? Oh, 2. Ivy Ray popped up, left field. Taliumptua reels it in for out number 3. Lynchburg up to bat here in the home half of the fourth inning. They'll go 1, 2, 3 in their order with Lexi Powell, Carly Hudnall, and Sarah Watts. We'll be right back here on LHSN. And we welcome you back. Home half of the fourth inning. Lexi Powell leading things off for Lynchburg. Powell walked in the first inning, had a base knock in the second. And are we getting a substitution here? Quick meeting between the official and home plate umpire. I feel like there was, but I'm not getting word of it, and I can't read those digits in the outfield. But I'm assuming there was a change out in right field for Norrell. I'll get back to you when I hear more. Nevertheless, Powell with a fresh count. Change up. Strike one. And I counted while we were at the break. 17 blankets. And 18 just walked in. Punched out. It's high. It's long. And it's on the warning track. Lexi Powell, a stand-up double to lead things off. And Lynch is down. She's shaking up. We're going to step aside momentarily. Stick with us here on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the contest. A couple of changes after Alexis Lynch had to leave the contest. So Norrell re-enters the contest back out in right field. Still trying to figure out the digits we've got out in left. Nevertheless, Powell resides on second. Hudnall pops it up and into the glove of the center fielder in Ray for out number 1.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 7, Sarah Watts.
That brings up Sarah Watts. Watts 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Had a base knock in the first, struck out looking. Her first strikeout of the year in the second frame. Looking to drive in Lexi Powell for the second time today. Upstairs for ball 2. Two-zero count. Down low. All right, I think I've got a good eye on it. I think it's Ella Ebert, who was pitching to begin this contest, now out in left field. So 3-0 here for the hard-hitting Sarah Watts. Strike 1. Once again, we see Lynchburg just hold off on those 3-0 counts. You've seen one of those today that then turned into a 5-pitch walk. Three 3-1 punched foul, and the count goes full. Payoff pitch. Popped up. Over the press box. We stay stuck at a full count. We'll try it again. Payoff pitch. Right-hander deals. Watts down the left side. Foul. Three-two. Watts up. Will it stay in play? No. Over top the Lynchburg dugout. The Hornets already had Monahan going to get the last one that left the ballpark. That one landed right in front of her, right at her feet. Quality at bat right here from Watts. Payoff pitch. Popped up, sent foul. Not making it easy for Raina Hampel. Hampel unloads. Watts. It's high. It's long. It's gone. A two-run homer from Sarah Watts, her second of the season. And Litson holds up a beware of dog. Sarah Watts, certainly a dog. A whole lot of bark and a whole lot of bite. What a start to this season for Sarah Watts. The first one she had this year really carried in the wind. We didn't think he was going to leave the ballpark. No question with that one right off the bat. Quality piece of hitting. That's something we've come to expect from Sarah Watts. Puts Lynchburg back out in front by 3 runs. That's their largest lead of the day. They held on to that lead for about an inning until Greensboro tacked on 2 runs in the top of the 3rd inning. Now Watts takes them right back. And once again, she's bringing Lexi Powell home. That's what's so dangerous about having those two within 2 of each other. Lexi Powell, one of the best contact hitters on this squad. Phenomenal at getting on base. And Watts, even better, bringing them home. Kaylee Hackett found down the left side. It's an 0-2 count. She's reached on a fielder's choice twice today. And the last time was actually a runner's interference that helped her reach, as Lexi Powell was thrown out for colliding with the shortstop Hyatt. 7 hits for each side here today, with a 3-run advantage for the Hornets. With a 1-2 on the way for Hackett. This one popped up right onto the fringe of the outfield. Backtracking Taylor brings it into the mitt for out number 2. A good response for the Hornets after going 3 up, 3 down in the last frame. Now you bring up Madison Barnes, who's had a really strong performance today. Had that triple that brought home Watts in the 1st inning and was walked in the 2nd. That was just her 2nd hit and walk of this season. Now faces a 1-0 count. Down low, ball 2. Ample taking her time in the circle. Now she'll go. Down low, ball 3. And she doesn't like that ball. She'll trade it for another with our home plate umpire. (3-0), inner half of the zone for strike 1. Let's check in with baseball, see how they're doing right across campus. Lynchburg in the top of the 6th inning, up 1-0 over York. 3-1. Pounds the zone for strike 2, and the count goes full. Yesterday, Lynchburg baseball, I mean, it was a really a tale of 2 games in that doubleheader. Dominated in the first one, 17-1. And the second game, a very competitive affair. It was 6-5. 3-2. Punch found on the left side. And, you know, Lynchburg really came alive at the end of that game. They were holding on to a 4-3 advantage. And then in the 7th and 8th inning, they went scoreless, but York put up a run in each respective inning and took a 5-4 lead in the 9th. Then Lynchburg brought home 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th. Here's a high fly ball out to left field, grabbed by Ebart out in left. And Lynchburg closes out the 4th inning with 2 more runs off a 2-run jack from Sarah Watts. Greensboro trying to respond as we head to the top of the 5th inning here on Moonfield. And we welcome you back into the ballpark. Top of the 5th inning here on Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Up to bat for the Pride is Anna Frazier. Her 3rd plate appearance today. Had a ground out over to first in the 1st inning. A base knock back in the 3rd was a part of that 4-hit. Oh my goodness, just get a check swing that was right on the bat. And that's beautiful location from Dorsis. Had a hit in that 4-string walk back in the 3rd inning that resulted in 2 runs coming home for the Pride. Dorsis tries to find the outer edge, just a touch outside for ball 1. Pops this one up down the left side and into the road. Frazier hitting .313 this year. 11 hits in her 34 at-bats. 3 of them have gone for doubles, has also brought home 7 runs. Chopper down to Hackett. Glove, grab, toss, out. And once again, I mean, you see Hackett, it just looks so routine for her. Ebert popped up in foul territory. It's you make the play? I don't think so. Couldn't get there in time, but Hackett had a beat on it. Hackett was a all-conference selection 2 seasons ago. That was her career best batting average at .343. Last year hit .315. This one lifted out to left field, and Taliumptua underneath for the 2nd out of the frame. And, we talk about it. She was a starting center fielder really her sophomore, junior, and senior year, but has made the change. And here's a hard hit ball out to right center field that dunks in for a base hit. Powell with a long throw over to second. Strickland spins the opposite way, and it's a 2-out double for Kathleen Connell. What a day it's been for her. 3 for 3. A single in the 2nd and 3rd, a double here in the 5th. Now puts herself in scoring position. That was the 8th hit of the day for Greensboro. And we talked about this earlier. I mean, what was it? 6 of their 8 games this year, they've had at least 8 hits. 2 of those, they had 7. This is a very strong hitting ball club. They've proven it today against the Lynchburg team that hadn't given up more than 4 hits in any ball game yet, and yet to give up their first run of the season. Pride came in and changed that pretty quickly. But the offense from Lynchburg has really made some noise. Watts obviously highlighting it with a 2-run bomb in the last inning. We've also got an extra base hit from Barnes with a triple as well that drove in a run in the first. Here's the 2-1. Down the right side, foul. Deuce is wild. Dorsey shakes twice. Shakes a third time. Time call. Obviously some communication going on here between Huddy and Dorsis. Dorsis agrees this time. 2-2. That one looked like a riser. I just missed the upper portion of the zone for a full count. Payoff. Popped up, foul down the right side. Powell trying to make a diving play with it. Ran out of real estate. That right field position, a little trickier here on Moon Field than in most spots because that foul territory really, really runs deep down that right corner. Got a lot more ground you can cover. 3-2. Dorsis lets it go well inside. It sounds like fans aren't happy about the call, but that one looked right. Just the second walk of the day for Dorsis. And I shouldn't say just because, I mean, that's a little uncharacteristic from what we've seen from her this year. Coming into today, she had only given up 2 walks on the year through her 10 innings pitched. Here through 4, she's already matched that total. She's also the only Lynchburg pitcher that's thrown a walk. Curtis with 0 through 3 innings. Charlton with 0 through 11. 0-1, tipped foul. Runners on first and second, an 0-2 count with 2 down here in the top of the 5th. Dorsis lets it fly. Called ball 1. Trying to find the top right corner. Just missed it. One, two. Up top. Ties up the count at a pair. Two, got him swinging, strike 3. Third K of the day for Kaylee Dorsis. The second against Jordan Tong. A base knock and a walk. They can't do anything with it. Lynchburg up back at the plate here in the home half of the 5th inning as Lynchburg will go 6, 7, 8 in their order. We'll be right back on LHSN. We welcome you back. Bottom of the fifth frame. Hornets up to bat. AG back into the batter's box for Lynchburg. AG had an RBI, her last plate appearance, off a single in the first. Reagan then took her spot in the batting order as a pinch hitter in the second inning. 0-1 count. New pitcher in the circle for the Pride right now. Number 2, Madison Guard, the sophomore out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. She's got a team best 2.33 ERA this year, 1-0 in her 5 appearances and 1 start. AG holds off, taking for ball 2 down low. She's thrown 15 innings, 13 hits, 6 runs, only 5 of those earned. Also 7 walks and 6 strikeouts while holding batters to an average of 250. She started in one of those games against Center where she threw a complete game, all 7 innings. The most recent appearance was yesterday against Randolph where she just threw 1 inning, tallied a strikeout, and gave up 2 hits. 3-1 for AG. Into the dust. Leadoff base runner for Berg here in the home half of the 5th. And we'll see a pinch runner for AG once again. I think that's Reagan. It is not. It is the 5th-year Addison Walter. I saw the 3, assumed there was a 1 in front of it. Walter's been a strong base runner so far this year. We've also seen her start in 1 game this year. She's 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts. Wouldn't be surprised if she wants to take off right here. One-0. Squared around a bunt, laid down beautifully. Can she beat the toss? No. Nevertheless, advances the runner on a 1-3 fielder's choice. It brings up Bree Hodges, 0 for 1 on the day. Hit by pitch in the first, flew out to left in the third rather. Also, just to give you another score update, if you're an overall Hornets fan, Lynchburg now tied up with York 1-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 away. I feel like Kevin Harlan. I'm calling 2 games. Crickets? All right. 0-1, 1 down, runner in scoring position. It's a very famous moment in the broadcast world. I understand if it's not everywhere. 0-1, Hodges into foul territory and tracked down by Tong. Good heads-up play from the first baseman. And a slow start to this afternoon for Hodges. Just an unlucky bounce right there. And now Jess Strickland took the spot at Georgia Thompson after the 3rd inning. Now with her first bat of the day. Runner takes off for 3rd. Called safe. Walter showing off the wheels. One-0 here for Strickland. Down in the dirt. well inside. Did that one get a piece of her? Yes, it did. So a hit by pitch puts runners on the corners. Obviously, when you got two speedsters like this, if you got Ferraris on the corners, maybe you think about putting your foot on the gas and going for the double steal. Back up to the top of the order. It's Lexi Powell, who's had a really great start today. 2 for 2 at the plate, a walk as well. Called strike one. Strickland takes off for second. Guard wasn't ready for it. Oh, 1. Two runners in scoring position with two down. Powell, sharp grounder. A nice move from Strickland, running the bases, hurdled on her way into third. And Lexi Powell continues her hot start today. A pristine 3 for 3 along with a walk. That right there is her first RBI of the afternoon.
Stepping up to the plate for Lynchburg, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
And now you still got speed on first and third. And a strong hitter in Hudnall. Oh, they might take her out. They're going to bring in Zoe Elliott. At least that's what I'm assuming. Or no. So Zoe Elliott will not bat. Instead, she'll go pinch run for Lexi Powell. She gives a smile and a laugh over to Coach. And you don't think I'm quick enough? I can get there. They swap right fielders. And no, it'll be Bree Orange. Brianna Orange, the freshman. High praise from Dawn Simmons and company about what she's done in the fall and the preseason. She's had 4 plate appearances this season. She's tallied 2 hits. Had 1 against William Peace and 1 against Mary Washington. 1 at bat in every game so far this year. She got a hit in the first game of each. She must like something about that first game. Toss gets away from guard in the circle. Elliott still stays over on first. Orange sends it foul down the right side. One, 2 down. The left-hander deals into the dirt. Elliott takes off. And the throw's made right back to the circle. They'll let her have it. A steal for the pinch runner in Powell. Runners on second and third. Orange inside, ball 3. And if you load the bases here, guess who's on deck? Sarah Watts. Had a home run in her last at-bat in the 4th inning. Three one. Shot out right field in foul territory. Norrell tried to get there in time, but, as I mentioned, there's just so much real estate over there. Full count, 3-2 for the freshman. 2 runners in scoring position and 2 down. Payoff pitch into the dirt, gets away. Orange now heading in for second. And the pass ball results in a run coming across. And Orange swiping second.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Gotta keep your head on a swivel. So now Sarah White's back up to the dish after a run comes across via Jess Strickland. Zoe Elliott on third, Orange on second. Sarah White's 2 for 3 on the day. And if this were to be a home run, I will say it would be ball game. 1-0. The left-hander delivers it into the dust. 2-0. Obviously, you know, you're not going to see an intentional walk in this stage, but you're certainly not giving Watts anything easy. You'd much rather have the bases loaded with 2 away and Hackett at the plate than Watts right here. And you're seeing that right now with 3 consecutive balls being thrown. And guards just trying to put one down low and away from Watts. And now we'll have a quick meeting in this circle as Strickland comes out to have a word with her arm. Aside from a 2-run third inning, after some momentum from the Pride, as we've talked about a whole lot today, because that's really been the weakest frame Lynchburg has played defensively all year. And I mean, that's saying something considering they gave up 2 runs. It's the only 2 runs they've given up all year. When I say weakest, it wasn't bad. I mean, it's just they played so strong, perfect all year. And other than that, it's been all Hornets all day long. Watts takes it down low, and the bags are juiced. Is this DiNardo? Yes, it is. AD.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 18, Alex DiNardo.
So used to having DiNardo up here with us as a quality worker for the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. It's been fun to watch her this year. She's had a great campaign thus far in 2025. DiNardo just with 3 at-bats, but tallied a double in her first one of the year. Drove in a run off that knock as well. Also with a sac fly this season. 0-1, bases loaded for DiNardo. DiNardo down the right side, teetering foul, and it goes out of play. 2 pitches, 2 strikes for the junior catcher. Elliott on third, Orange on second, Watts on first. DiNardo at the dish for Lynchburg. 0-2 pitch on the way. Gets away from the catcher. It's a race to home plate, won by Elliott. A wild pitch from Madison Guard. adds another run on, a 3-run bottom of the 5th inning for Lynchburg. The game-winning run by Run Rule now in scoring position. A base knock from DiNardo could conclude today's contest. 1-2 count. Guard lets it go. DiNardo, a chopper that rolls foul. So he's making good contact and staying with it. One, two, guard looking towards the dugout now at her wristband. Likes the call. DiNardo cranked down the left side, gets in for a base knock. Watts heading for home, beats the toss. DiNardo. A single that brings 2 runs in. And Lynchburg out in front by 8 runs. That's the game. Alex DiNardo puts it away. Ice in her veins. DiNardo with a big-time hit. And the Hornets with their 4th Run Rule victory this season through 5 games. 3 runs in the first, 2 in the 4th, 5 in the 5th. Nevertheless, Lynchburg did give up their their very first 2 runs of this season to Greensboro, as the Pride went on to hit 8 hits this game. With that being said, we'll step aside momentarily. A little intermission before Game 2 of today's doubleheader here on LHSN. Howdy and welcome back. Game 2 here from Moon. Lynchburg won the first one in a 10-2 run rule through 5 innings. Let's walk you through the starting batting order here for the Pride in Game 2. Leading things off is Anna Frazier as she watches the first one hit the outer portion of the zone for the first strike of the first strike of the count. Ivy Ray, the leadoff hitter from the last contest, in the second spot on deck. Olivia Hyatt in the hole. 0-1 pitch outside, ties up the count at 1-1. Connell, who had a really great game last time out, went 3 for 3. She's in the cleanup spot. Ella Ebert in fifth. Jordan Tong, Katie Allison, Madison Guard, and Raven Taylor to turn things out. High fly ball out to right field. Zoe Elliott picks it up for the first out of Game 2. Well, with that, let's walk you through the defensive alignment for Lynchburg. Working from right to left in the infield, it's Barnes, Watts, Thompson, and Hackett over at the hot corner. In the outfield, Zoe Elliott out in right just made that grab. Lexi Powell moved to center field. First time for her being out in center. Tally Umptua in left, and Emily Charlton throwing to Hudnall behind home plate. One 0. Right down the pipe for the first strike of the count. One down. Ivy Ray squares around a bunt, pulls it back, then shows bunt once again. Laid down foul for a 1-2 count. Ivy Ray last game went 1 for 3. Had a single along with a ground out and a fly out to left. 1-2, Charlton shakes twice, nods on the third. 1-2, just a touch outside the zone. 2-2 count. Two, popped out left field. Tally Umptua holds it in. 2 up, 2 down. Fly out to right, fly out to left is how we begin the second game of today's doubleheader. Charlton in the circle for Lynchburg here for Game 2. A perfect 0 ERA thus far and a .36 whip. 2-0 through 2 starts this year. 1 complete game thrown. Pounds the zone on the first pitch for Olivia Hyatt. Charlton 11 innings of work through the first 4 games. Through the first 5 games now after the Game 1 of the doubleheader. 0-1 pitch. Check swing. They'll say she went. 0-2 count. Charlton's only given up 4 hits this year. No walks. 8 strikeouts. And her 36 batters faced. A team best opposing batting average of 111. She gave up 1 hit against William Peace with 4 strikeouts in 6 innings. 3 hits against Mary Washington with 4 strikeouts through 5 innings. One of 5 fifth years on this year's roster for the Hornets. Three of which are on the field right now. Chopper right back to the circle, underhand toss. 3 up, 3 down. Charlton retires this side in order. Tic-tac-toe. With that, let's walk you through the starting lineup for Lynchburg. The batting order will begin with Lexi Powell, who's now the leader for batting average for Lynchburg, hitting 600. 9 hits in 15 at-bats, 7 runs, 4 ribbies. Also a walk in the mix as well. Powell went 3 for 3 last game. That's her 3rd multi-hit game this year through 5. She's recorded a hit in 4 out of 5 contests We'll talk about it more. After Powell, it's Hudnall on deck, Watts in the hole, Barnes at the cleanup spot, then Kaylee Hackett, Anna Grace Terrell, Tally Umptua, Zoe Elliott, and Georgia Thompson back into the starting lineup here in Game 2 to turn things around. In the field, some shaking it up a little bit for Greensboro. Frazier gets the nod in the circle to start things off. Connell behind home plate. Ebert at first, Taylor at second, Hyatt at short, Tong at the hot corner. Guard, Ray, and Narrell in the outfield from right to left.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 10, Lexi Powell.
A great hitting performance from both of these squads in the first game of today's doubleheader. Lynchburg is just able to capitalize on a lot more of their opportunities. Obviously, when you've got 10 runs to Greensboro's 2. But Greensboro hit the ball well. Put up the first 2 runs against Lynchburg this season. And tallied 8 hits, more than about double than what Lynchburg has allowed in a game all this year. Also, I do have an update for you Hornet fans. We've got a Lynchburg win against York to sweep this series this weekend. They took down York 5-1 in today's ball game. We were tied up 1-1 last time we checked in the top of the 6th inning. Lynchburg then added 1 in the bottom of the 6th, 2 in the bottom of the 7th, 1 in the bottom of the 8th. 1-2, Powell, a chopper over to the second baseman that gets past Taylor. So an E4 puts Powell on base.
Stepping up to the plate for Lynchburg, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
What a day it has been for Lexi Powell. She's stepped up to the plate now 5 times. She's reached on all of them this afternoon. A walk on 4 pitches to begin today. Then 2 singles, and a double in the second game. In the first game, I'm all over the place. Hudnall squares around a bunt. Taken for strike 2. Now we'll see her swing. Hudnall watches it whiz by outside for ball number 1. And a Frazier 1-2 popped up. Lexi Powell retreating back to first as the grab is made by Taylor for out number 1. She's had a whole lot of action over at second today. Now Hudnall in the ear of Watts as she retreats back to the dugout. Obviously, a couple of words of wisdom after what she just saw at that at-bat. Frazier for the Pride, a junior out of Supply, North Carolina, with a 2.9 ERA this year, 1-2 through her 6 appearances and 4 games started. 1 save to her name as well. 19 1/3 of an innings thrown this year, 18 hits allowed, 14 runs, only 8 of those were earned. 7 walks, 8 strikeouts, and holding batters to an average of 243. I also will say she does have the most hit by pitches on the team with 6. That kind of jumps out at you when you've played in 6 games and you have 6 hit by pitches. Check throw back to first. Powell slides in safely. Frazier threw 1 inning against Randolph in yesterday's doubleheader. Only gave up 1 hit. Shallow pop up. Powell once again returning to first. Just gets there barely in time. Another play. I mean, we've had 3 balls that have gone right to Taylor at second.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 16, Madison Barnes.
It's always so interesting to see the spread that each side brings between each game. I mean, there's a real smorgasbord of food for both of these sides. Greensboro brought a bunch of sandwiches. They had brownies and chips and fruit snacks, you name it. Good eating. They certainly haven't come out of the gate sluggish. Powell off for second. The throw's offline. Connell wide to the left, and a steal for Lexi Powell, her 3rd of the season. Two-0 count now for the first baseman in Madison Barnes. Barnes went 1 for 2 in game number 1 today. Fouls it off down the left side. Two-one count, 2 down. Can't find the zone, ball 3. Frazier just a tick outside. Last game, Frazier was lined up at third base. Ebert, who's now on first, got the nod at the pitcher, but then eventually moved out to left field. Dong, who's on third, started at first. So a whole lot of versatility with this infield. 3-2. Big swing, pop up, shallow left field. Dunks in for a base knock, and it'll bring a run home. Lexi Powell getting quite familiar with home plate today. Powell's 3rd run of today, had 2 in that first game. Barnes now 2 for 3 on the afternoon as well. Fresh count. Hackett. Right into the glove of Tong. With that, Lynchburg puts 1 run on the board in the bottom of the first inning. An RBI single from Madison Barnes scratches Lexi Powell across. And the Pride, after going 3 up, 3 down, looked to respond. They did that in the first game, and then they got back-to-back base knocks. We'll see how they fare here in game 2. Top of the second inning, Greensboro will go 4, 5, 6 in their order. Connell leading things off, followed by Ebert and Tong. Connell 3 for 3 in game 1 today with a double in the mix. 1-0 from Charlton. Popped up, right field, and Sarah Watts right there. A vacuum. reels in the first down of the frame. First time she's been retired today. Now Ella Ebert up at the dish.
Number 9, Ella Ebert.
Ebert now hitting .375 on the season. 12 hits and 32 at-bats. Well outside, but a nice grab there behind the dish by Huddy. Doesn't have too much of an effect with nobody on the bases, but nevertheless, quick reflexes from the man behind the dish. 1-0. Popped up. Shallow left field. Taliumptua can't get there in time. And the first hit of game 2 for Greensboro comes in the second frame, just like game 1. Pulls it back for strike 1. Oh, 1. Slow roller over to Watts. 4-6-3. Double play. Second double play of the afternoon. First we had a 6-4-3. Now the other way around. 4-6-3. And we head to the home half of the inning. Lynchburg up by 1. Bottom of the second inning here at Moon Field. Lynchburg up by 1 after an RBI single off the bat of Madison Barnes drove in Lexi Powell. Lynchburg will go 6, 7, 8 in their order. AG to lead things off here in the home half of the frame. 1-1 on the way. A heater. It's just a touch outside. Two one now. AG tips it foul. Ties up the count at a pair. Starting to warm up a little bit here at the ballpark. We started in mid-high 30s, now up to 45 degrees. That sun shining down on the moon. Thank you. 2-2. Here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Got him looking. AG thought it was a little too inside, but beautiful placement from Frazier. It's the first K of game 2 for Greensboro. One up, one down. Now Taliumptua steps in. Lefty tips it foul. I'm always so interested by players that bat with their left and throw with their right. Taliumptua, an example of a player like that. Lynchburg's got a couple of those on the roster. Caitlin Reagan as well. Carly Hudnall, another player that bats with the left, throws with the right. Nobody that just throws with the left and bats with the right. Obviously, a handful of lefties on the squad, nevertheless. 1-1. A beautiful ball right over the head of the third baseman, Tong. And a one-out base knock for Taliumptua. That brings up Zoe Elliott. We saw her a little bit last game. Was not in the starting lineup, but checked in as a pinch runner in the 5th inning for Lexi Powell. She scored on what became the game-winning RBI single from Alex DiNardo. 0-1 count. Frazier kicks and fires. Popped up down the right side, foul. Right over the head of the first base coach, Mike Jennings. Last Thursday, Mike Jennings got hit with a ball right in the thigh. Hey, I saw him pregame today, and I said, hopefully everything stays away from you. He had a good laugh about that. Said, me too. 0-2 count as Elliott fouls it off down the right side. Oh, 2, a chopper over his second, 4-6. Can't make the double play in time, but they retire the lead runner. Taliumptua thrown out. On the 4-6 fielder's choice. We move to the bottom of the order. Georgia Thompson up at the dish. Mike Jennings, as we're talking about him, he's a guy that's been on the Hornets staff since 2010. He's helped Lynchburg to 4 NCAA tournament appearances. And he was a part of the coaching staff as a sharp grounder finds the gap. Elliott advances to third. Now Thompson takes off for second. And gives a little bow and arrow back to the dugout.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 10, Lexi Powell.
Jennings was a part of that coaching staff in 2019 that earned the Atlantic Region Coaching Staff of the Year honor from the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association. Before coming to the Berg, he was an assistant coach at Sweetbriar for 9 seasons as well. Really helped establish that Vixens program. A local to the area as well, a graduate of Amherst County High School. It's all the way back. Well, with that being said, Lexi Powell now finds herself down in the count 0-2, 2 ducks on the pond, both in scoring position. Powell, drop third strike, toss over to first, made with ease. And for the first time today, Lexi Powell does not advance on a drop third strike. Well, that takes us to the top of the 3rd inning. Lynchburg with 3 hits on the day, 1 run to show for it. They sport a 1-0 advantage here on LHSN. Top of the third inning here in Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Katie Allison leading things off in the third for the Pride. Greensboro will go 7, 8, 9 in their order. Katie Allison at the dish, Madison Guard on deck, Raven Taylor in the hole to turn things around at the bottom of the order. Off-speed pitch above the zone for ball 1. 1-1, the lefty lets it low. Tipped away. Strike 2. Fun day here at the ballpark. Vibes are good. Everybody's having a good time. A good amount of green in the crowd. Greensboro's team traveled pretty well, which, understandable when, a couple hours down the road and you've got 4 games in 2 days. 2 doubleheaders here in Lynchburg. We talked a little about them playing against Randolph yesterday. Picked up 2 wins in that doubleheader affair. 1-2 from Charlton, popped foul. Allison facing a 1-2 count. Charlton right down the heart of the plate and got her swinging. Charlton's first K of the afternoon. Pulled the string on her.
Now batting for the Pride, number 2, Madison Guard.
That brings up Madison Guard. This one a blooper out to center field. Watts with a grab. The throw on one hop to Barnes. Not in time. And another base hit for the Pride. Beautiful placement right there. Right in no man's land.
Now batting number 6, Raven Taylor.
We saw Guard last game pitch for Greensboro. They've got a lot of girls that can play both. Scooped up on the bunt. Executed to perfection. I mean, that's absolutely textbook work right there from Greensboro. Taylor lays it down. Beats the toss from Hackett. Guard advances into scoring position. I know Taylor's got some wheels on her. She's got 2 stolen bases already this year. We'll have a quick players meeting in this circle from Lynchburg. No Don Simmons out there. This player led. Looks like Thompson's really leading the conversation right now with everybody. And that's what you really want out of your shortstop. Oftentimes that shortstop can be the quarterback of the infield. Obviously the pitcher has a lot of control. But that shortstop, I mean, a lot of times you're going to see big-time leaders in that spot. And right there, Thompson, a very vocal voice for Lynchburg. Sent foul down the right side. We've still yet to see a car get hit in the ballpark. But that right side, when it goes foul, I mean, you got a little parking lot back there. It makes me hold my breath. Second strike of the count after the swing. 0-2. Charlton. Oh, that one looked good. Didn't get the call. Got a couple oohs and ahs from the fans in attendance. And home plate umpires got a better look at it than we do. 1-2. Sent down the left side, foul. One down here in the top of the third inning. 2 of the 3 hits for Greensboro have come in this frame. Once again, just a tick outside the zone. Ties up the count at a pair. The lefty deals. Sent foul. Oof. That one went right into the leg of the batter on deck in Ivy Ray. If you're Greensboro, that's the last person you want to be hit with a foul ball. She is an instrumental piece in what Greensboro does, an everyday starter, one of the key players in the field and in the batter's box. They're going to give her some time to get loose, especially because she could be up in the next 30 seconds or less. Still trying to walk it off now, jogging down to the bullpen and back. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit here on Moon. The only time you'll ever find wind on the moon. I don't know, that is a big conspiracy theory. I don't know about you guys, but the moon landing, you know, the biggest quarrel that people have with it that don't agree with the moon landing say that the flag was moving on the moon. There's no wind on the moon. Popped out, right center field, dunks in for a base knock. 1 run will come home. They're going to try and make it 2. Watts slipped out of her hand and a stand-up double. Greensboro takes the lead for the first time today and for the first time this season. The Lynchburg Hornets are trailing. And once again, it came here in the third inning. If you remember last game, it was 3 up, 3 down, a pair of base hits in the second inning, and then 4 consecutive base knocks from Greensboro that brought 2 runs in along with a walk that when the bases were loaded. Runner taken off for third. Thompson can't lay down the tag in time. Frazier slides in safely to third. She looks a little shaken up, grimacing a little bit, but she seems to be all right. That puts you in a really good spot with 1 down and a runner on third, especially with a quality bat like Ray. But going back, I mean, it was 2 runs for Greensboro in the third inning. That's really where they've started to find their rhythm once they get into the bottom of their order and reset right back at the top. I mean, you've just been able to see the pitcher a little bit more. You know what their repertoire is and what they've got in their bag. And it was just tough because when you're playing a girl like Dorsis or Charlton, their bag is Louis. 1-1. Squares around a bunt, pulls it back, taken outside for ball 2. Two one. Popped up. Left center field. Gets down for a base hit. Another run will come in to score. And Ivy Ray drives in a stand-up double. 3-1. Back-to-back doubles for the Pride. 4 consecutive base hits. Eerily similar to last game. But this time, they drive in an extra run. And Lynchburg will take time. Don Simmons will bring everybody in and have a meeting in this circle. We'll step aside momentarily. Hornets trailing 3-1 on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. An explosive frame here for Greensboro. A runner in scoring position with Ivy Ray over on second. 4 hits here in the top of the third for Greensboro. 2 doubles from Frazier and Ray. Frazier brought in the first 2 runs, then Ray returned the favor. Called strike 1 on Olivia Hyatt. Hyatt grounded out right back to the circle in the first inning. One. Pitch on the way. Down low. Runner takes off for third. They did the same thing. We saw Frazier go while she was on second and steal third. And once again, Hudnall and Thompson can't connect. Two one, smacked out to right field. Elliott brings it in. Here comes the relay. No, Watts will hold on. A sacrifice fly out to right field. Brings in a run.
Now batting for Greensboro, number 11, Catherine Connell.
4-1. Greensboro has erupted here in the top of the third. We knew this was a team that could hit the ball and hit it well. And right now doing it against their former teammate's older sister. 1-0. Check swing. They'll say she went. Strike 1. Emily Charlton in the circle right now. Her younger sister, Kate, who's a sophomore on the Lynchburg squad, played for Greensboro last season, transferred into the Hornets. And obviously that's something that you're going to see a lot of times regardless of the sport, whether that be at the collegiate level or professional level, whenever there's a whole lot of changes in the coaching staff. And Greensboro, a brand new unit this year from top to bottom. Sharp grounder, gets past Thompson at shortstop. A 2-out single for Connell, continuing her hot day. Her first of game 2, had 3 in game 1. Whenever there's a complete rotation of coaching staff, I mean, you expect to see some players depart. Obviously, when the coaching staff that recruited her and brought her in departing, changes the whole complexion of what you got brought there for. Hard hit ball right into the glove of Thompson, making it look easy. And with that, Lynchburg gets out of the inning, but 5 hits there from the Pride, 4 runs on the scoreboard. They take a commanding 3-run lead into the home half of the third. Bottom of the third inning here for game 2. Lynchburg trailing by 3 runs after a 4-run top of the third inning from Greensboro. Huddy to lead things off for Lynchburg as the Hornets will go 2-3-4 in their order. Sarah Watts on deck, Madison Barnes in the hole. First pitch can't find the zone. 1-0 now for Carly Hudnall, make it a 2-0 count. Downstairs at the ankles for ball 3. Huddy's got some room to work with here. But, here we expect Frazier to just pound the heart of the zone. I haven't seen Lynchburg swing on a whole lot of 3-0s this year. And that's why. 4-pitch walk for Huddy. Brings up Sarah Watts. Watts had a 2-run bomb. Second home run of the season for her and the Hornets. She's the only one to send it over the wall this year. Called strike 1. She also struck out in that first game looking on a full count. That was her first strikeout of the season. Didn't seem to rattle her too much. Responded in a big way. 0-1. Sent down the left side, Dawn Simmons. Tried to fade away from that one. Watts last game had a walk, 2 for 3, 3 RBIs. Now faces an 0-2. Popped up down the right side and into foul territory. Oh, 2 count for Watts. Hudnall over on first. Nobody away here in the bottom of the third inning. Frazier lets it go. Outside, ball 1. Good eye from Watts to hold off. Obviously, in a lot of those stages when you're down 0-2, you want to control your own destiny. Not leave anything up to the umpire, but smart move right there. Same deal. Once again, same spot, back-to-back pitches, ties us up at a pair. 2-2. Watts pops it over the head of Hyatt. And they're on their horse, off and running. Hudnall headed around third. She'll trot in cleanly. An RBI double from Sarah Watts. She is playing out of her mind today. And now a runner in scoring position. Still no outs on the board. Madison Barnes up to the plate. First pitch swinging. A grounder that goes over to Hyatt. She pump fakes to try and keep the runner at second. She gets Watts to return, but now Barnes will trot on into first. Barnes 2 for 2 today. The barrels have been scorching hot today for both sides. Picking up right where we left off in game number 1. Bunt laid down the first base line and rolls foul. Great heads-up play made by Ebert to be patient with it. One thing that we haven't seen yet here on Moon, which I think is so fascinating, is you've seen those slow dribblers down either side, and sometimes in major leagues you'll see a guy try and blow on it just to push it foul, which I think is so unique. There's nothing like that in sports. Lays it down once again. First baseman scoops it up. It's a fielder's choice on a 1-3 toss from Frazier, but it advances runners station to station, both moving into scoring position as the designated player, AG, now checks in with one out on the board.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 21, Anna Grace Carroll.
But obviously, if I go back to the blowing of the ball, it's a rule that from the first time it was executed, it was called interference by the fielders because blowing on the ball has an effect on its direction. And in that same game, that guy, I think this was like in the mid-90s, tried to say, no, I was just yelling at the ball to go foul, to go foul. And it's tough to review it and say, no, you weren't. But ever since then, that rule has been into effect. 2-0 count, runners on second and third. AG squares around a bunt, just barely gets the edge of the bat, taps her chest and says, my bad. First strike of the count. 1-2 with Barnes on second and Watts on third. AG struck out looking her first at-bat in the second inning. She can tie up the game right here. Fouled off. 2-2 count. If you're AG, you just want to try and get something to the outfield, at least bring one run in. You've got some speed on third with Watts. She does exactly that. Watts tags up. Oh, no, retreated. She knew there was a strong arm in Norrell out and left. And had a clean beeline toss to home plate. So now 2 away after back-to-back outs. Lynchburg started the frame really strong with a walk, a double, and a single. Now a 1-3 fielder's choice and a pop fly out to left. Leave us where we stand now. Taliumptua down the left side in foul territory. Norrell brings it in. 2 runners stranded, both in scoring position for the Hornets, but they add another run on here in the bottom of the third. Deficit stands at 2. Top of the fourth inning here for game 2 on Moon today. It's the Pride up to bat after they drove in 4 runs in the top of the third inning. Lynchburg responded with one of their own in the bottom of the frame. Now Jordan Tong will lead things off for Greensboro here as they'll go 6, 7, 8 in their order. Oh, 1. Tong, a grounder over to the hot corner, then rolls foul. She tried to get in front of that one before it reached foul territory, but just slightly out of reach. Tong digs in from the right side. 0-2. Well outside, a good eye right there from Tong. Tong, one of those New additions for Greensboro this year in her freshman season. A whole lot of freshmen on this year's roster. 4 first years for Greensboro. That's almost 33% of their roster. Just about 28 in that realm. 1-2. Waved by. Got him swinging. Strike 3. Second K of the afternoon for Charlton. And here comes up where Charlton got her first. Katie Allison struck out swinging in the third inning. And back-to-back strikeouts to lead off the inning for Lynchburg. But after Allison struck out, Guard got a single, Taylor got a single, Frazier got a double, Ray got a double, Hyatt then with his sac fly out to right. And then another double added from Connell. Another single, rather, pardon me. 0-1 after the foul tip. Allison, big swing. Got a piece of it, but still went into the mid of Huddy. Quickly 0-2. Pitch on the way. Outside, ball 1. This one skips in the dirt. Huddy's right there to back it up. Two. A grounder. Watts. Backhand grab. Flip over to first, but off the bag, Barnes. Another base hit for Greensboro. That's Allison's first of the afternoon.
Now batting for Greensboro, number 2, Madison Guard.
The 1-out single puts a runner on for Madison Guard. Oh, 1 waved by. Strike 2. Popped up. Into the fans. You got 2 fans sitting in seat 9 and 7. It landed in 8, right in between the 2. Oh, 2. Waved by, got him swinging, strike 3. 2 strikeouts here from the Hornets in the 4th inning. Now up to 3 on the second game of today's doubleheader. Takes us to the bottom of the order with Raven Taylor. You know, I don't know a whole lot of Ravens, but I will say I always think of That's So Raven. I don't know about the demographic we've got listening right now, but that's a very iconic Disney Channel show from the early mid-2000s. Quite popular with Generation Z. 2-0 count. Raven had a base knock back in the 3rd inning. The second of 4 consecutive. Raven also 1 of 2. As this one is back, and gone. A 2-run bomb. Raven Taylor. And the Greensboro Pride have erupted. 8 hits here in the 4th inning. 6 runs on the board and a commanding 6-2 lead. The first home run by a visiting squad here in Moonfield this season. This is a very, very talented Greensboro team. You've got to tip your cap to them. I mean, they had 8 hits in game 1 today, a game that only went to 5 innings. And they've got 8 here through 4 innings. And we've still got an out left to be played. I guess through 3 2/3 if you want to be technical. The second 2-run homer we've had today. First one came from Sarah Watts in game 1. I mean, you know that one had some power on it as soon as it came off the bat. Grounder, left side foul. I mean, I'd love to see the velo speed on that. One count, 2 away. Bases are cleared after Taylor just cleaned them up. And that is actually the first home run of this season as well for Greensboro. And that was just so Raven. Chopper right back to the circle. Quick glove by Charlton. Flips over to Barnes. And Anna Frazier retired on the 1-3 ground out. But a 2-run bomb gives Greensboro a 6-2 advantage as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Zoe Elliott to lead things off for the Hornets here in the home half of the 4th inning. 6 runs have come home from Greensboro in the last 2 frames. Well, Lynchburg with 1 in the bottom of the 1st and the 3rd. Elliott and the Hornets looking for a response. Quick hands from Frazier. That's what you get when you put your third baseman at pitcher. Used to those kind of balls coming at the hot corner. Obviously, it's going a little bit quicker when you're that much closer to the plate. Nevertheless, same result. Takes us to Georgia Thompson at the bottom of the order. Thompson fouled off down the right side. A 1 count with 1 down. Thompson pops it foul once again down the right side. 0-2, 1 away. Frazier kicks and fires. Sharp grounder this time over to Hyatt. The glove, the throw, can't be caught. A difficult play to be made right there. Thompson with her second hit of the afternoon. Not sure if that one's going to go down as a base knock for Thompson or an E6, but for now it'll stand. Powell squares around a bunt, brings it back for ball one. Thompson thought about trotting over to second, but decides to come right back, safe on the bag. No throw made. 1-0, first baseman, third baseman, both creeping down. Sky high, right field, drops in for a base hit. Thompson trying to beat the throw, won't get there. I mean, if you're Thompson, that's stuck in a pickle. Either that ball falls and you can't make the play to second like we saw, or you're off to the races and that ball's caught and it turns into a double play. So it ends up being a fielder's choice, 4-6. Two out for Huddy now with Lexi Powell on first. One 1-0, chopper right back to the circle. Good glove from Frazier, and another 1-3 ground out to conclude the fourth inning. Greensboro, they've got all the momentum right now as we head to the top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning, Greensboro has come alive here in game two. I mean, they had great contact and a whole lot of hits in game one. 8 hits, but only 2 runs to show for it. Here in game two, it's been a tale of 2 games. Lynchburg with 6 hits, only 2 runs on the board. 8 hits for Greensboro, 6 runs thus far. Game one was a 10-2 victory from Lynchburg. Their 5th win of the season, their 4th by run rule fashion. Greensboro dropped to 6-5 on the season. As Dorsis steps into the circle, takes 3 pitches, and claims his strikeout. Well, that seems like a good time to introduce Kaylee Dorsis is back into the game. And right there just struck out Ivy Ray. Brings up Olivia Hyatt. First pitch finds the bottom edge of the strike zone for an 0-1 count. Game 1, Dorsis played the whole way, all 5 innings. She's thrown 5 consecutive strikes. Through those 5 innings, gave up 2 runs, 2 walks, 8 hits. Also tallied 3 strikeouts. And that was her fewest amount of strikeouts this year. She's still hunting for more. And the chance to find another one on this sequence. 0-2 pitch outside, ball 1. Low and away. Dorsis winds and fires. Off speed, off the mark. 2-2 count. Right past Dorsis in the circle, inches away from her glove, and drops in for a base knock. The 9th hit of the afternoon for Greensboro. We've been talking a whole lot about the environment today, and if you take a look to your camera and really, really squint a little bit, right between the A in Aubrey on the outfield wall and the Lynchburg softball on the left side, you can see that there are 4 guys standing up on the bleachers outside of the ballpark to get a great view of home run balls coming their way. And I actually went out there to try and take a look at our outfield camera to try and figure out some issues we're having with it. Nevertheless, when I went out there, I got to see some of those guys, and they're having a blast. I mean, they've got a great setup out there. They've got a dog out there, too. They're playing catch with them between the innings. I mean, that's the dream. Not the typical kind of dog I think of when we're talking baseball, softball, but that seems like a lot of fun. Off-speed pitch finds the heart of the zone for strike 2. And I like the ingenuity lining up the bleachers right along the fence, too, so they can get – and I think that's the best view in the house. I'm a big fan of sitting in the outfield. 1-2, sent foul down the right side. The right-hander deals. Down low. 2-2 count. Connell 1 for 2 on the day. Had his single back in the 3rd. Flew out in the 2nd to second base. 2-2. On the floor and past the glove of Hackett. That's one that might have teetered foul, but she tried to get a jump on it. Taps her chest and says, "My bad." Tenth hit of the day for Greensboro. Make that now 6 of their 12 games. They've had double-digit hits. And in 10 of those 12, they've had 7 or more. They find themselves in a good spot now. The offense is rolling. Don Simmons wants to talk things over. We'll step aside for a moment here on LHSN. Four to 2, Greensboro out in front with 10 base knocks here in game 2. Runners on first and second, high fly ball, deep center field. Lexi Powell comes on as that ball drifted out to left center. Maybe got a little bit into tally up to his zone, but Powell certainly got the wheels to get there.
Now batting for Greensboro, number 22, Abby Drake.
So we're going to have a pinch hitter here for Jordan Tong. It'll be Abby Drake trading freshman for freshman. Drake out of Henderson, North Carolina. Went 1 for 3 in his second game against Randolph. That was her second hit of the season. Waves by the first pitch. She's got a batting average of .286 in her 5 appearances and 1 start. Just 7 at-bats, 2 hits. Drove home a run with 1 of those. Also 1 walk on the year as well. Inner half of the zone, strike 2 from Dorsis. Looking for her second K of the inning. Right up the gut. Powell's going to try and send this one home. What a toss. Held the runner up at third. I mean, what a throw. I'm sorry, Lexi Powell. I wasn't familiar with your game. Now, it's important to remember the run rule run is now into the batter's box. If this were to be a hypothetical grand slam, as Dorsis finds the zone on the inner portion of the plate, Lynchburg would still have the chance to bat in the bottom of the 5th. If they score, we keep on playing. Granted, it's assuming that there's a grand slam hit here, which would be pretty spectacular. 0-1, trying to go right back to the same spot, just a tad inside on that toss. But 11 hits here today from Greensboro. Already that would be good for the 3rd best this year. The most they've hit was 15 against Roanoke in a 13-4 win. Bunt laid down. They try and make the throw over to first. And a good toss to leave 3 runners stranded. Greensboro held scoreless in the top of the 5th inning after a handful of hits. Lynchburg looking to try and cut into the deficit here in the home half of the 5th. Welcome back to the moon. Lynchburg trailing by 4. Greensboro out in front with 11 hits here in the second game of today's contest. Sarah Watts will lead things off for the Hornets as they'll go 3, 4, 5 in their order. Madison Barnes on deck, Kaylee Hackett in the hole. Watts. Two-0 count for Sarah Watts. Upstairs, 3-0. The umpire gave us a 0-3. Now a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way. Watts laced right up the middle. Hard hit ball and a base knock to lead things off for Lynchburg. Back-to-back base hits for Sarah Watts.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Talking about back-to-back, here's Madison Barnes with a base knock in the first and in the third with her two at-bats. Went 1 for 2 in that first game today. Really starting to find her rhythm coming into today. Kind of got off to a slow start through the first 4 games to begin the year. Went 0 for 2 in both games against William Peace, then 1 for 3 the first game against Mary Washington, and 0 for 2 in the second game. Really starting to find her stride. And you can expect that from a handful of Hornets. I mean, it takes a little bit of time to find your groove. Not everybody's going to be Lexi Powell or Sarah Watts hitting over 550 to begin the year. But she might end the year hitting like that, the way she's swinging it today. 3 for 3, Madison Barnes. What an afternoon it's been for her. Altogether, 4 for 5. That'll bring up the batting average. Now runners on first and second with nobody away. Here for Kaylee Hackett. Hackett sent one on a rope to the third baseman earlier today, back in the first inning. Then a 1-3 fielder's choice in the third. Looks like Simmons will call time. Seems like we're going to get a pinch runner. Try and avoid that double play. So the fifth-year Walter checks in over on first in place of Barnes. It's Addison wheels Walter. Watts on second. Hackett from the right side. Pitch on the way, waved by for strike one. And these runners are taking a real big lead. You've got a whole lot of speed on base right now. One. Swung on and driven out to left field. Runners will move station to station, and the bags are juiced with nobody away. And now a good time to have your designated player step in. Or will we have a DH? Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get a change right here. Or seems like Orange is going to come in. No official word quite yet. And in the meantime, we'll have a meeting in this circle. We'll step aside briefly. Stick with us here on LHSN. Bases loaded. And a new hitter in for the Hornets. Orange will step in. A power hitter for Lynchburg. Coming in when one swing can really tie this ball game up. First pitch. Popped out right side of the field and goes foul. Orange hitting .500 this year. Only 4 at-bats, 2 hits. Picked up a walk in her plate appearance in game 1. 0-1, Frazier lets it go. Popped up shallow infield and easily grabbed by Taylor right underneath that one. Nevertheless, the bases stay loaded. 1 out on the board. And AD checking into the game for Lynchburg. DiNardo, who had that 2 RBI double to conclude game 1.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 18, Alex DiNardo.
Hackett on first, Walter in on second, Watts at third. DiNardo watches the first one whiz by for an 0-1 count. Double play in the mix right here if they can keep it in the infield. DiNardo trying to have other plans. Called strike 2, just on the outside of the zone. Here's the 0-2 for DiNardo. Swung through. Did she get a piece of that one? Must have. Still 1 out. Bases loaded. 0-2 for DiNardo. Frazier lets it go. DiNardo tips it into the back net. Staying alive at the dish. For the 3rd time, here's the 0-2. DiNardo. Foul ball. Frazier kicks and fires. DiNardo. Got another piece of it. 0-2 count. 4 straight foul tips from DiNardo to stay alive with an 0-2 count. Fouled off once again. A quality at bat right here from DiNardo. 7 pitches in. Oh, 2. DiNardo lays off the high heat. First ball. One, 2 on the way. Well outside. Ball 2. We have seen a wild pitch and a pass ball today result in a steal at home. But a good grab from Connell right there to keep us moving. 2-2. well inside, but DiNardo swung through it. Now 2 outs, back to back for pinch hitters.
Now hitting for Lynchburg, number 12, Zoe Elliott.
Second strikeout of game 2 for the Hornets. Frazier got the first one looking, that one swinging. First pitch down low for Zoe Elliott. Elliott not as much as a power hitter as the last 2 batters for Lynchburg, as they tried to kind of tie up the game with one swing of the bat. Now you're looking just for some contact to poke one through and scratch across 1 and possibly 2 runs. 9 hits for Lynchburg here in game 2, but only 2 runs to show for it. 1-1, Frazier unloads. Popped up, shallow center field, and caught. An underhand grab from Ray. Leaves 3 runners stranded. Hit, out, out. And it takes us to the top of the 6th. And we got 12 more outs left here today. We'll be right back. LHSN. And we welcome you back into the ball game. Top of the 6th inning. This one has really been all Greensboro as Dorsis gets his swing and a miss coming from Madison Guard. Lynchburg with 1 run in the bottom of the 1st, 1 in the 3rd. Greensboro with 4 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th. That gives us our 6-2 score where we stand right now. It was 10-2 in the first game through 5 innings. Lynchburg got their 5th win of the year, 4th via the run rule. This one doesn't have that feeling. Popped out to center field, and Lexi Bowles right there to clean it up. That takes us to the bottom of the order. Raven Taylor, 2 for 2 in game 2 today. Had that 2-run homer back in the 4th inning. That's what really gave some more separation as Lynchburg chipped away at that lead in the bottom of the 3rd. A big-time response from Raven. Overall, she's 3 for 4 on the afternoon through the 2 games played. Here, a chance to keep adding to it. Popped up. In foul down the left side, and Hackett squeezes it tight for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down, and we move back to the top of the order for Anna Frazier.
Now batting for the Pride, number 18, Anna Frazier.
First pitch on the way from Dorsis. Heater down the left side goes foul. Oh, 1. Dorsis off speed right down the pipe for strike 2. Third pitch tipped foul. It's been an efficient start for Kaylee Dorsis. Oh, 2. Once again, went back to the changeup. Not enough juice on that one. Left it short for ball 1. 1-2. Upstairs. Deuce is wild. 2-2. 2 away. Nobody on the bags. This one slammed down the left side and goes foul. Left the ballpark, but on the wrong side of the foul pole. That one's dangerous. I mean, that's a pretty wide foul pole. If it makes contact with it, it is a home run. Two. This one slammed down to left field. Drops in for a base hit. A 2-out single from Anna Frazier, who's now 2 of 4 in Game 2 today.
Now batting for Greensboro, number 4.
That'll bring up Ivy Ray. Had a double back in the third, struck out in the 5th. 1 for 3 in both games today. Squares around a bunt, lays it down beautifully. Hackett picks it up over to first. Got him. What a toss. Shot out of a cannon. Kaylee Hackett delivers a 5-3 ground out to conclude the top of the 6th inning. We move to the home half. Lynchburg, only 6 outs to work with to cut into this 4-run deficit. Hello and welcome back into Moonfield. We got an update for you from the Lynchburg track and field squad. Jacob Hodnett comes in first place in the men's 400. Michael Ham placed in 4th. Big time production from the Lynchburg Hornets on their track and field meet today, as Georgia Thompson was the first one into the dirt. Oh, 1 count. 0-1 count. Oh, 1-1? I'm wrong. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I thought we only had 2 pitches thrown. I must have missed something. The umpire's telling us we got 3 pitches thrown. As we welcome Ethan Morotsky into the press box. Just got his championship ring earlier today with the men's baseball squad. Big time celebration down there at Fox Field with a Hornet 5-1 victory as well today. 2-2 pitch on the way. Thompson, sharp grounder into the glove of Tong. She loses it, fumbling, tumbling, can't pick it up. That'll go down as an E5 and allowing Georgia Thompson to become a leadoff base runner. I've now got the championship ring on my ring finger, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is pretty neat. Very nice, my man. It's got some weight to it. That is something that I will do once there and never again for the rest of my life. Hold a championship ring. I will say when I first got to Lynchburg and we had a national championship trophy in the athletic director's office, I picked that up, and it felt like I was born to hold an NCAA championship trophy. Obviously, things didn't work out, and I'm sitting up here for a reason. Nevertheless, felt good. I recommend it. Runner on first, nobody away as Lexi Powell puts one over the top net. A strong day hitting for Lexi Powell, especially in that first game, 3 for 3. Reached on an E4 to begin today, then retired on a drop third strike and a fielder's choice. It's the second pitch whizzed by for ball 1. Pitch on the way. Powell, 6, safe. Sliding in the pinch runner, Caitlin Reagan, got there in time. The bag came undone. They need the scooper to get the dirt out. Here comes Kaylee Hackett. She's going to start shoveling. Here it comes. 1 scoop. 2 scoops. How many we got on deck? Okay, now a nice sweeping technique. Going right back in for it. And it's in safely. Good hustle play there made by Kaylee Hackett, 5th-year third baseman. But more importantly, it's a base knock for Lexi Powell once again, as they couldn't make the toss. And that's why you bring in the pinch runner. This one is laid down beautifully, but Hudnall's retired at first. So a 2-3 fielder's choice. Advances runners station to station. Reagan on third, Powell on second, both in scoring position for Sarah Watts. A base hit here could potentially cut the deficit in half. Well outside, ball 1. 10 total hits today for Lynchburg in game 2. Only 2 runs on the board. They've also gotten 2 errors from the infield of Greensboro. 1-0 pitch. Smacked out to center field. This will bring 2 runs in. Sarah Watts, a stand-up double. Her third double in game 2, or pardon me, her second double in game 2, her third base knock. And just like that, it's 6-4 with the tying run stepping into the batter's box with 1 out on the board. And right now, you're more than happy to have it be Madison Barnes because she's been excellent today. 3 for 3 here in game 2. A strong performance in game 1 as well, going 1 for 2 at the dish. Pops it up right over the head of the shortstop Hyatt and make it 4 for 4. What a game Madison Barnes cannot be contained. Back-to-back doubles, and just like that, we've got a one-run ball game. Now the tying run resides on second, and the leading run in Kaylee Hackett at home plate. So we'll have a quick meeting here. Looks like we're going to get a change in this circle. They're going to go back to today's starter from game one in Ebert, who only played an inning. We're going to give her some time to warm up and get loose. We'll step aside momentarily. Runner on second, down by one away for Lynchburg here in the home half of the sixth. And we welcome you back into the press box here on Moon Field. Ebert into the circle. Tong moves over to first. And somebody else on third. Frazier. So Frazier heads back to the hot corner. Kaylee Hackett up to bat for Lynchburg. Had a base hit her last at bat in the fifth inning. One for three in game two. Ebert bounds the zone on her first pitch back. And it was a really quick day for her in the first game. It's not uncommon to see a pitcher going for an inning, but the first inning kind of caught us off guard. Granted, it was a hot start from Lynchburg. Popped up out towards center field. Ray going back. The runner does not tag up. Madison Barnes will stay on second with two away. I mean, this one's lined up to really have a dramatic finish. 12 hits for both sides. 2 errors for Greensboro, none for Lynchburg. A combined 11 runs. And AG back into the contest. Down low for ball one. AG 0 for 2 on the day. Struck out looking in the second. Flew out to left in the third. 1-0. Outside, ball two. Greensboro fans feel like they should have had it. He wanted a strike call. Didn't get it. Two-0 on the way. Well inside for ball three. Taliumtua on deck right now for Lynchburg. Three 0. Laid off. 4-pitch walk. The eighth batter for the Hornets here in the sixth inning. It's Taliumtua. She's 1 at 2 today. And a pinch runner will check in over at first. It's Alex Love, a freshman out of South Hill, Virginia.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 17, Alyssa Taliumtua.
first pitch swinging, sends it foul down the left side. One swing in the bat can tie up this ball game. Can also give you the lead. Greensboro just trying to hold them off and taking advantage into the 7th inning and then look for some insurance in the top of the frame. Well inside, Taliumptua lays off for ball 1. One pitch. Cranked foul on the left side. If Taliumptua were to be retired here, Lynchburg would then go 8-9-1 in their order in the 7th inning. You'd like to get as much of that top of the order in as you can. They've had a very, very strong day today, both in game 1 and 2. Taliumptua right up the gut. Oh, what a play. No, they called her safe. Wow. What a burnout by the freshman Alex Love to get in there safely. I thought for sure Hyatt made the toss to Taylor in time at second for the force out. But it ends up being a base hit. Now time for the 9th batter here in this inning. If she gets a knock, I'm going to start running out of room on my scorecard. Dawn Simmons having a long word. You can see it right there. Gives her a tap on the helmet and says, "You got this, kid." Zoe Elliott, a sophomore outfielder out of Delmar, Delaware, in a big spot. Now it turns into a base knock. Can give you the lead. 2 runners in scoring position. 3 runs have come home here in the bottom of the 6th. Elliott takes a big swing at the first one, just a tick behind it. Send it foul. Elliott this season hitting .333. 6 at-bats, 2 hits. One of them was a triple that cleared the bases. 0-1 right up the gut, right to the pitcher. And once again, Lynchburg leads the bags juiced. 3 ducks left in the pond. Lynchburg has out-hit Greensboro today, 13-12, with the Pride Sport a 1-run advantage into the final inning. Top of the 7th coming up. Greensboro will go 3-4-5 in the heart of their order to lead things off in the 7th. Top of the 7th inning. Kaylee Dorsis still in the game for Lynchburg. They've turned to their ace, trying to pick up their 6th win of the year. got game one, 10-2 in run rule fashion. Their fourth win out of 5 contests via the run rule. The one outlier, a 4-0 victory over William Peace. Greensboro's had a really strong day offensively. They had 8 hits in that first game, but left a lot of runners stranded on base. Only brought in 2 runs. Here, 12 hits through 6 innings. 6 runs to show for it, with a big-time 2-run homer from Raven Taylor in the 4th inning. That's been all the difference right now. Lexi Powell grabs the first out of the top of the 7th. 2 more to go for the Hornets. Lexi Powell's really had a strong day today, whether it's been in the outfield and right in the first game, in center in the second game, and, of course, at the plate. She got her batting average up to 600. What a start to the season for the 5th year. First pitch finds the center of the zone for an 0-1 count. Connell at the plate, who has had the best day at the plate out of anybody here this afternoon. Sky high fly ball for Lexi Powell. Nevertheless, 2 for 4 for Connell, is how she'll most likely finish the day in game 2, where in the first game she went 3 for 3. 5 for 7 for Connell. What a day. That brings up Ebert, who just stepped into the circle to close out the bottom of the 6th. Picked up the ground out to close out the inning as well. 1-0. Pitcher on pitcher crime. Just outside. 1-1 count. Nobody on, 2 away. Greensboro would love some insurance right here. Grounder that rolls foul. Lynchburg just trying to stay within striking distance, and they'll start the bottom of the 7th going 1, 2, 3 in their order. And today it's really been the Lexi Powell and Sarah Watts show. Watts has driven Lexi Powell in 3 or 4 times this afternoon between the 2 games. As here comes a ground out to Watts. She can't handle it. It'll go down as an E4. And allows the runner to get in.
Stepping up to the plate for Greensboro, number 28, Jordan Tong.
Now it's Jordan Tong's time. She's over 2 in game 2. In the first game, she went 0 for 3. Grounder to Thompson, gets by. Back-to-back base knocks with 2 outs on the board. Snuck it past the shortstop in Thompson with a whole lot of power behind it. Her first hit of the day. Puts a runner in scoring position for Kate Allison. Allison's been struck out twice in the 6th and 4th inning, or pardon me, in the 5th and 3rd inning, and a hit in the 4th. Check swing. They'll say she didn't go. 1-1, 2-0 count, rather. Allison keeps the bat head high for strike 1. She went 0 for 2 in that first game. Had a fly out to center field and a ground out that turned into a 6-4-3 double play. Popped up into the infield. Hudnall waving him off. Reels it in for the 3rd and final out of the top of the 7th. The Hornets need 1 to force extras, 2 to walk away with a victory here on Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Stick with us. You don't want to miss it. You're on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the contest. I apologize. I misspoke at the top of last inning. Georgia Thompson leads things off for Lynchburg. And they went through every batter, so I forgot where we started on my scorecard. I got that whole column filled up. Nevertheless, Georgia Thompson to kick things off. Lynchburg will go 9-1, 2 in their order with Lexi Powell on deck, Carly Hudnall in the hole. First pitch outside the zone, 1-0 count. Second pitch swung on, lifted out to right field. Guard on a beat, brings it in, 1 up, 1 down. 2 outs remaining. And this is exactly who you'd like to put on the plate.
For Lynchburg, number 10, Lexi Powell.
Takes a deep breath. And this is why you choose the walk-up song to put you in the right headspace in these kind of moments. Settles on the first one, didn't like it. Taken for strike 1. Powell, hard hit ball, out in center field, grabbed by Ray. That one had a chance of leaving the ballpark, just not enough mustard on that dog. That brings up Huddy. You'd love to try and get to Watson Barnes. Those two a combined 7 of 8 in game 2. Huddy 0 for 3. Did take a walk back into third. That turned into a run. Lynchburg down by 1 run. 1-0 pitch. Right up the gut. Grabbed by the second baseman. Tossed over to first, and that's going to do it. 3 up, 3 down. Ebert retires this side. Tic-tac-toe. And the Greensboro dugout goes crazy. Lynchburg drops their first contest of the 2025 campaign in a 6-5 ball game to Greensboro. Well, on deck, the Hornets now head to Raleigh, North Carolina for the William Peace Triangle Classic, where they'll play Piedmont and Mumskin on Saturday. Then they've got Marymount and Denison on Sunday. Our next home game not till March 16th as they play host to Mary Baldwin in a doubleheader. Meanwhile, for Greensboro, this squad now heads back home. They'll play back-to-back doubleheaders on their home turf against Ferrum College on Thursday and then Maryville on Sunday. Well, we appreciate you spending your Sunday with us. It was a good time here at the ballpark, especially through our first 3 doubleheaders. Lynchburg goes 5-1 through those first 6 games. A great way to start the season for the Hornets. Well, that'll do it for us here in the press box for LHSN. A big thank you to our 2 cameramen running it today, in Pearson Young and Jonathan Faust. Also, Faust stepping in for stats for the second game after Ethan Carr had to leave after our first game. Alex Brent running the scoreboard. My man Sam directing the show today. We appreciate you tuning in. Until next time, have a good one.